Amazing what's happened in that time, hey?
So it's been more than 2 years, actually.
Yes.
We are on the 3rd year.
Can you believe it?
Yeah.
Can you believe it? Okay, ladies, so we're going to get started because we've got 4 incredible speakers joining today, and this topic I think is just so valuable to discuss and listen to people's stories and to understand. And I in my kind of prep for today, I came across such an awesome quote or description of what allyship is. And it is the act of decentering yourself in order to make space for others who don't look like you. And I thought that was just such a great way of introducing today, because although we are all women and we are in technology, whether directly or indirectly, we are all very different, and we all have very, very different circumstances, very different demographics, very different socioeconomic circumstances. There's so many factors, and understanding allyship and just really looking at how you can put this into practice, starting with yourself and then of course within your organization. And it is a buzzword at the moment. I know that there are a lot of organizations that are talking about it, and there has been a huge increase in a focus on allyship. And the obvious ones would be race and gender and sexual orientation. But less obvious would also be something like age and being more inclusive across generations in the workplace. And so I'm really, really excited for our speakers today. And we're going to be, I've invited the 4 of them, given them carte blanche with just a loose, what is their journey, what is their story been, and what is their experience with allyship been. And I think it's so valuable to hear from other people what this is actually all about, and what does it mean for me. And I think these 2 images are just really profound in that sense, because it is something you can do. A lot of the time, social behaviors and social awareness seems like something that's not for me, or it's not my responsibility, or it's not something I can do or I know how to do. And allyship is something you can do. Anyone can be an ally. And I think when we look at it like that, it actually becomes really exciting and a learning experience of how I can be more inclusive with the people around me. And it's a learning curve. And I think, learning is something that if you embrace, life just becomes amazing, because you're constantly exposed to new things and new learnings. So really big thank you to our speakers today. And I'm just going to jump here. Charlene, who is on the call but is not able to speak today, she's not well. But thank you, Callan, for being summoned and joining us at the last minute. And then Pumzile from Altron, who's the head of human capital, she's going to be kicking us off today, because like every good woman and professional, she's balancing 2 things at once, and she's actually speaking at an HR event on the other side of her team's camera. And then we have Carissa, who we were very excited to hear from in March at our cybersecurity event, and so grateful that you joined us again, Carissa. Thank you. And Callan, thank you very much for stepping up today. Most appreciated. We look forward to hearing from you. And then Mint Group CFO, many of you know Yvonne, a long-term WIT member. And the 4 ladies are going to be sharing their professional journey with us to their position in a C-suite level role, but with a particular focus on their allyship experience and how they have been an ally as well. And so without further ado, and a welcome to everybody. We're going to go, we're going to kick off with Phumzile, and then after we'll go to Carissa, and then Callan, and we'll end off the afternoon with Yvonne. So ladies, thank you very much. If I can ask all the non-speakers to just make sure you're on mute, please. And Phumzile, you're welcome to share. I'm going to stop presenting and you take over.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and really sharing the experience. And I can't say really there is a recipe. We all have different journeys. I've got my journey, and what I like to really talk about today is just like few nuggets of the experiences and also the challenges as well, because the journey is really not smooth and it's never smooth. And I like the platform really because it's informal. We all here, we're learning from each other. We grow each other in, in the WIT platform. I'm not sure, Lauren, how long do I have in terms of minutes?
About 20 minutes and some time for Q&A, please.
Is it? Okay,
Thanks,
that's fine. So I guess I'm like one of those first human beings who are in two places at the same time. So yeah, that is what I've got today. So thanks to hybrid or virtual sort of meetings, I'm able to do that today. So I am Phumzile. I am the head of human capital for the company Altron Systems Integration. It's in the ICT space. I'm glad to be part of this forum to share with other ladies as well. So in terms of allyship, really, my journey, it started a while ago in the 90s. Yeah, then it actually explained my age. It started in the 90s, and I've had a very nice sort of a combination with regards to allyship that talks to gender, it talks to race as well. And for me, I'm very fortunate and proud that most of my leaders have been females. And my mentors as well have been female. And I've had a good relationship. We have this tendency, and some people have this like a sort of a negative experience whereby if you are led by a lady or a woman, then the experience is not nice in most cases. And I think I'm one of those few who cannot actually share that kind of an experience, even one of my female leaders that I've worked with, that I've reported to, and also in terms of the mentors as well. So I've had like a good allyship with ladies and who've actually like supported me to grow, who've held my ladder while I was climbing the corporate ladder, because it's very important to make sure that when you go this route, whether it's a business route, you tendering or you seeking business, or you're in corporate environment, you have someone that is holding your ladder. So fortunately for me, it has always been ladies. A few gentlemen who've held my ladder in other aspects of life, because sometimes working with men, it can be a challenge. I'll talk about that as well. And I found myself in some instances where I go to another man to actually get a perspective of how do I actually like navigate this kind of a situation. So I think early in life of my career, I've learned that there is a space in corporate and also in business for both men and women. We can share the table, we can share the boardroom. We all need it. And it's very tricky with the technology space because it's predominantly male dominated. It's historically dominated by men. It's unlike the healthcare environment. Most people that you find in this environment is actually men. And how are we going to learn? And the advice that I normally issue to people that I talk to in the organization, current and previous, because both of them, they're in technology space, is that how are you going to learn? How are you going to get skills transferred if we don't integrate and collaborate with men? So we do need them. We do need that kind of allyship with our male counterpart. They've been in the industry for a long time. In terms of certification, I'm sure most of you ladies on the call, it's some of you are the first to be certified in the space where you are certified, because it has always been men that are certified. Talking about AWS certification, maybe Cisco certification, and all that. So we need men. That is my advice always, that we do need to collaborate with men, because most of them actually, they've been in the industry for decades. And if you look at this industry, it's not like other industries where it's female dominated. So there is a space for all of us. And another thing that I've learned as I went into the management role, going up in the corporate ladder, is that I am enough as a woman. It's okay to be a woman in corporate. I need to be genuine. I need to be me. I need to bring that feminine element as a woman. There is no need, really. What I want to say is that I learned that there is no need to mimic men. And the thing is that like during 90s, there was this trend of ladies in corporate and top like corner offices, glass offices and boardroom that will imitate men, behave like a man, even try to dress like a man. There is no need for that. I am a woman, and it needs to be understood in the workplace that I am a woman. I'll talk about all the dynamics around us. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to call a spade a spade. This is our reality, guys. And I think it is about time we speak about it. If we've been talking about it, we need to speak about it louder than we've been before. So we just need to accept ourselves and be proud that we are women, and bring that feminine touch, that maternal aspect in the workplace. And I've learned that in my career, not early. I learned like later that, what, I am a woman and I have to accept that. And the other thing that I want to talk about, which I actually uh, really wrap my mind around, it's this syndrome, especially in the technology environment, especially in the medical environment, or maybe in the engineering environment, those sort of male-dominated sort of environment. I think in our space at Altron, where I am, because we are a systems integrator kind of technology, we employ a lot of engineers. It's a combination of IT people and engineers. So, you find this syndrome with us women, the being the first and or the only one. It's okay to be in that status, that you are the first woman ever in Africa that is certified, with the top certification. It's okay to be the only executive, in your organization, only female executive in your organization. But I've learned later in life that it's actually a shame to stay in that status for a long time. You need to change it. You are up there. Pull others, to be at the level where you are. Groom others, mentor others, adopt skills, sponsor skills. There are lots of people, there are lots of junior employees that are looking for career sponsors, somebody that is going to hold their hand, somebody that is going to hold their ladder. And we are there for that, in leadership position. So I've learned that later in life. And I think it's going back as well to where you're coming from. And you realize that the reason I'm where I am, it's because there are different individuals in my past that actually held my ladder as I was actually going up, and I trusted them, and they were trustworthy. And that is why I am where I am. So that syndrome of being the only one and the first, I think, I'm just like really, really praying all the time that, what, I wish it's something that we can never talk about anymore. The minute you get in and you are the first or you are the only one, try to actually make space for other women as well in that space where you are. And yeah, I'm going to get rough now because we need to. There is a theme for this year for a Women's Month, for a Women's Month. But the question that I was asking myself, especially this week, I'll be vulnerable. I'll be vulnerable right now. You know, it's specifically this week, looking at the theme, as I was trying to think about the stuff that I need to talk about. It's so much to talk about. I mean, I'm one of those who have lived a number of years, and there is so much to talk about. The question I've asked myself, are we equal? We're not equal. That is my view. And if we are equal in your space, lady, we are equal, good for you. But from where I'm sitting, I'm not equal to a man. The ground is not leveled. There are number of circumstances that actually put me at another level. I don't know whether that level is like a lower or it's a higher level. But the truth is that we actually are not equal. I'm talking now in different aspects. And the reason I'm saying that, I mean, I looked this week, my husband supposed to, like usual, supposed to go to Cape Town and have a business trip going to Cape Town. That man doesn't have anything that he needs to plan or arrange. He just packs and he goes to Cape Town. He's gone. He's in Cape Town. And I compared with me in the same household when I have to go to Cape Town. Hell break loose because I need to arrange a transport to school. I get a call, what are we going to have for dinner on a Tuesday if I've left on a Sunday evening, and you ask people in the house, have you spoken to your father? And it's like, it's a surprise that there is something called dinner. Then you come back, you find out that they actually had takeaways most of the days while I was in Cape Town. I mean, I'm talking about my life. Maybe other ladies' lives is smooth. So the reason I'm saying we're not equal, I mean, those are the reasons. I mean, you look, that is actually domestically. Those are the realities that we ladies are faced with. We are allies, in the corporate and also in our households, we talk about the 50-50. Is it 50-50 or is 100%, 100%? What energy do you bring as a woman? And you try to take stock, you realize that, what, this whole thing is standing because you as a woman, you are standing, you are a pillar. If you move, this thing might collapse, actually, this thing called marriage or the household, So you look, that's domestically. I look at in corporate where I'm working. I mean, that's me. I don't know about you ladies. And this is a conversation that I've had with my colleagues at Exco, with my other colleague who's a female, to say, what, guys, these are the realities that we face with. And I've had a conversation with my boss, with my bosses. You know what? We have Exco, we have meetings. I mean, for me, yes, I'm an Exco member. I'm expected to deliver what I need to deliver. It was a conversation over drinks. But you need to understand that these are the dynamics around me in this level, at this level, in this position as a woman. And with my colleague as well, we experienced the same thing. We have to drop kids at school. And yes, there are fathers who drop kids at school, but I will say 95% or 99%, it's actually us mothers, those who have kids on the call. But we drop kids at school. And you come back, EXCO meeting finishes maybe around about 6, 6:30. They go back to their house. Some of them, their wives are housewives. I don't have a house husband. I still have to prepare dinner. Those are the dynamics. And there is a report that is expected. I still have to look after emails. I still have to check the homework with kids as well. So there is allyship, but the question that I've asked myself with this whole situation, let's be real, are we equal? You look at societal expectation. I think I can go on and on around that. The dynamics that we women face in the society as well. Things like GBV, things like being terrified of our lives as we drive, as you pour petrol, the hijacking, all these societal issues that we are faced with as women. You look at corporate environment. I know I have one of my friends who was a CEO in one of the financial industries. You have to make a decision as a woman. Those are the challenges and the dynamics that we are faced with. If you compare with a man, yes, there will be an understanding. Sometimes there is no understanding. Let's be real. As a woman, you need to make a decision. Are you having kids at an early stage, or you are having kids at a later stage? If you are having kids, for me, I decided to have kids at an early stage and focus on my career. And I was very clear that I don't want to have a child at the age of 30. Luckily, I got married early, and then I didn't have, I didn't, that's a decision that I've made. Other people, I know the trend these days, most women, they actually prefer to have kids at later in their lives, over 30 and sometimes even 40. And one of my friends is one of those, late 30s, CEO, got pregnant. And first time she was pregnant, you also at a risk of losing opportunities when it comes to promotion while you're on maternity leave. Things happen. The strategy needs to go on while you are on maternity leave. Become a CEO, and you have 5-year term as a CEO of the organization. And then you have your second child. 6 months you are out as part of that 5 years. So those are the realities. And the issue here is that, what do you do? Prioritize yourself, have your map, and we all make decisions. And we, as we work with different races, different genders, we are a diverse environment. It's not your household. It's a diverse environment in the corporate world. And the question here is that some of you, I've faced it, I've experienced it, passive aggression, where you sit in the boardroom, you speak, and the men speak over you. It happens. You lucky guys if you don't experience that, good for you. But these are my realities. I've went through that. It happens. It happens. That's where then you go to another man to actually I'm noticing this. Am I reading things correctly here, or it's me, I'm exaggerating stuff? And the truth here is that I had to call it, I had to call it out. I had to approach a person, call it out as well in the meeting to say, if you do this, for me, I view it as a sign of disrespect. I'm speaking, you are speaking. Every time I'm speaking and you are speaking. And it seems like it's something that happens over and over, and it's with you. What is an issue? Call it out. Don't sit with these things because it eats you at the end of the day. So as we work, the same diverse environment, allyship, I'm going to try and run quickly on this, guys. And the thing is that I'm trying to actually like talk about real stuff, and being real here. Let's not sugarcoat stuff, because this is our real world. I mean, at least me. I'm talking about my experience. I mean, if other people are having it nice and easy, it's okay. I know that, some of you go through this, the customer perception, and I don't know how to phrase it, how to call it. When you are a leader as a female, you have males reporting to you. You go to a customer meeting. I'm trying to paint a picture of what I'm trying to say here, the customer perception. You go to a meeting. The customer actually assume that you report to your subordinate. And even when they address you as a team, they actually address, even when they escalate you as a leader to your subordinate, because in their mind, even if it's explained, but by virtue that you are a woman, you are a female, you should be reporting to a man. And it depends what kind of a subordinate, and you need to be tactful in terms of addressing these issues, because that is where the issue and the element of female and women being leaders and bosses is actually like not a positive one. You need to be tactful in dealing with that. So I've been there, and you have to address it, because some of the subordinates, if they are male, they'll jump into the bandwagon and actually throw you under the bus and backstab you. And I mean, if you haven't been there, guys, good luck, good for you. But some of us, we've been in the real world, we've experienced such things. So you have to be tactful, you have to address it. And you have to be really, really careful as well in terms of how do you address it with the customer as well. There is no recipe. It depends on the approach and your tone as well. And the second last thing I want to talk about is an element of corporate politics. We as women, we believe that, most women believe that corporate politics is for men. They play corporate politics. I've learned later in life that that's wrong. As women, you can't be a bystander in the corporate politics or a business politics. I'm not saying play it. If you don't know how to play it, you are not a player. The least that you can do is to be aware of corporate politics. And that is what I do. I stand there and observe. You need to be able to draw a picture of this corporate politics, when to get in, when to pull out as well, to work for this to work on your favor, because you can't fall because you actually say you are not going to be involved in corporate politics. You need to be aware. You need to understand who are the players, who are the key players of this game, and how is this game played? What are the rules of this game in your organization? And when to actually like maneuver and be conscious of dangers as well that might come your way in terms of your role. And I always say, you know what, the corporate environment, same like a business environment, when you go for tender and all that, it's full of snakes, it's full of cows, it's full of dogs. It's up to you. Talking about the animal world, it can be an animal world. Lastly, guys, I mean, as I conclude, the main thing here, I've learned that you do need to look after yourself. I have to look after myself. There are lots of roles that I play as a woman. I'm a mother, I'm a wife, I'm a sister, I'm an aunt, I'm a leader, I'm everything. The list goes on. I'm a mentor. I'm also a mentee as well, to some people that mentors me. So the list goes on. And the other thing as well, look after yourself. Be careful of what, calculate and weigh things that you can take. It's our nature. We take. We are everything to everyone. We do everything to everyone. Sometimes we can't say no. We just like, yes, and we take, bring all the time. You have to. I mean, I've learned that even with my kids as well, in my family, before, early in my career, I used to think that you should be a bad mother to actually do this. And I've learned to accept the fact that, you know what, I love my kids. I love them to bits, but sometimes I don't like them. And it's okay. And it's okay. There are there are times where I actually don't like them, really. You do need to actually have your time where you pull out and have your me time. Do stuff that you like as a person, At the end of the day, you live once. You have one life. You can't be taking everything on you. And that is what I do. And that is how I navigate this corporate environment. Thank you, guys.
Mzile, thank you so much. So insightful. I made so many notes here. I think there's so many things that are relevant to people, and I think the ladies on the call who could identify with quite a few things. But one of the things you've said really just struck home for me, and that was men are not the enemy. It's not us against men. It is
Yes.
us against behaviors and beliefs and structures. And I think understanding that men can be allies and we can learn from them because they have been in the industry and in these fields longer, unfairly so, but it is a fact. And I think viewing that actually you have this wider pool of allies and potential sponsors, and just creating that partnership. I think that was really insightful. So thank you very much. And thank you for joining us in between your other event. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much on my side as well.
Fantastic. And excuse me. Next up, we have Carissa. As I mentioned before, Carissa's actually spoken in March this year. Carissa is at Vodacom, and she is the exec in cybersecurity there. And I was very excited when you accepted today. Thank you very much, Carissa. I'm really looking forward to hearing of your journey and your experience with Allyship. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Lauren, for inviting me back. It was so much fun the last time I was here, so I'm really thrilled to be here again. It's a really tough act to follow from Mzile, I gotta say. I think she did a stunning job in really driving home quite a few messages. I thought I would structure my time around three stories that are sort of three stories from three different phases of my career. And I'm hoping that, this is my experiences. They may not be yours, but I'm hoping that you can take a little bit away from them that helps you in your career as well. So the first one I want to talk about was when I started off in cybersecurity, straight out of university, a deeply technical space that I started in, one of the very few females in the role, very much like what Pumzile spoke about. And I went into one of our African markets, and I had a conversation. I was talking to the CEO, and I was explaining a concept in cyber that needed to, they needed to implement. And I went into the country with a male counterpart of mine. And as I was talking, every time the CEO responded, he responded to the male sitting next to me. And I was quite young, and I was very intimidated, and I was uncertain of how to actually address the situation. And what really resonated with me with what Pumzile said was, you have to actually address the situation. And so I didn't say anything to the CEO during that session. At lunch, we had a lunch afterwards, and at lunch, I ended up sitting next to him. And I said to him, you made me feel very uncomfortable because every time I spoke, you responded to my colleague, and you didn't respond to me. And his response has stuck with me throughout my entire career, because what he said to me was, Carissa, first of all, I didn't realize I was doing that. So my deepest apologies for doing that to you. Secondly, in my culture, I'm trained to not respond directly to women that are not in my family circle. I don't address them directly. It's a sign of respect. And so, subconsciously, I've now brought that into the work environment. So first of all, thank you for pointing it out. And secondly, there was no ill intent in the way I was addressing you. And the reason that that stuck with me my entire career is because I think, first of all, just sort of labeling what you're feeling and experiencing and verbalizing that is so powerful, because you don't know where the other person's coming from in the first instance. And just being able to have the courage to really say, this is how you've made me feel, can really remove a lot of obstacles for you. And I mean, we were great colleagues post that. I mean, we still keep in touch and we're not in the same organizations anymore. So it just shows how powerful that connection can be, and that people, really labeling things and speaking about things can really remove boundaries for you, and really help you progress. So I think that's the first example that really sort of shaped my thinking about how I address people really early on. And then the second example I wanted to share was when I first became a leader, when I first started to manage teams. And the first point I'll make is I think mentorship and leadership comes through all through your career. I think from your first job, you lead and you influence people, even if you don't have people directly reporting into you. But I think I really stood back at that point when I had to take care of people under me that were reporting into me. And I really thought about the type of leader that I wanted to be. And up until that point, I hadn't had very great role models. I think all the role models that I'd had were very hard. They were very, driven, very passionate, which I am as well. I'm very passionate, very driven. But they were all extremely hard. And I was by nature a very caring person. And I saw people as people, not just an objective to gain the end. And so I had to really sit back and think about the type of leader I wanted to be. And if I fast forward 10, 15 years post that initial stint of leading people, the decision I made then was to be authentic and to really care about my people, because that's who I was. And I figured that if I was going to do something that was different, it would come across as false. And the consistent feedback I've had throughout my career is the fact that when people work with me, they feel that I truly care about them. And so that actually ended up being my secret weapon. Something that I initially thought was something that was a weakness was actually my secret weapon. And it's something that has made me hugely successful, and people want to work with me because they believe I truly care, and I do truly care about them. So that, and I think that is very much being yourself in leadership and being who you are in leadership, and sort of taking that who you are and making it your secret weapon, seeing how you exploit your values, your talent, your experience to get a benefit and to get a leg up. And then the third example in my career I thought I would point out is my first executive role, my first chief role, and I really want to use an example that. In that space and time, I thought I could not do the role. So I was convinced that I wasn't ready. And I had a male mentor at that point in time that kind of smacked me on the side of the head and said, what are you talking about? What do you mean you can't do this? You are doing it already, just go ahead and do it. And I think we often talk about gender or, differences between each other. And it's not that black and white. It's not actually that clear. I think we all have there's all different backgrounds and different experiences. Even if you're male or you're female, just what sits behind that is huge. Even if you're black or you're white, what sits behind that is huge. Your experiences are huge. And so, I really want to encourage you to find a mentor that's going to be that person that's going to smack you on the side of the head. Whether they're blue, black, green, red, white, yellow, whatever they are, find that mentor that has your back and is willing to sort of knock you on the side of the head and say, you should be doing this. You're ready for this. Why are you doubting yourself? And I was very lucky that I had that mentor when the opportunity came about, because they literally said to me, don't doubt yourself. You can do this. Go for it. And it was so invaluable because I wouldn't have taken that step forward. In all honesty, I wouldn't have taken that step forward had they not encouraged me to do that. And then I think Phumzile also spoke about the equal playing fields, and I just wanted to touch there a little bit. I think we all have a job to encourage the equal playing fields, and I think there are means that we can do it. So I'm working for an employer right now who does equal maternity and paternity leave, and equal leave for adopting parents. Now, initially, when you think about that, you think, oh, why does a dad need 4 months paternity leave? He's not going to do anything. But actually, what that actually does from an employment standpoint is when you hire a male or a female, expect that they will both be out of the office for 4 months. expect that career progression will be a clear an even playing field. So it's equalized the playing field in the organization, because unconscious biases are not coming into play to say, I'm hiring a woman who is going to take 4 months worth of maternity leave. It doesn't matter to me whether you're male or female, there is going to be 4 months of leave when a child is born. So we have to really push our organizations to think about how we equal the playing field. And I think that's the first action we can all take out of this. The second one, which is more personal one, I think we can all sort of look at boundaries in our own lives. And I know it's challenging, so I'm not saying I've got this sorted by any means or shape or form, but we really need to look at how we set boundaries in our personal and our work life. And I want to use a couple of constructive examples from my own life to help you sort of concrete this. So a few years ago, I was driving to pick up my kids every single day after in the middle of work. I would block out an hour and a half and I would drive home, pick up the kids, take them home and go back into work. I was exhausted. I was frustrated. The kids were, I was always rushing them because actually I needed to be somewhere else. When I was with them, I felt like I was, abandoning work. And when I was at work, I couldn't pick them up. I was feeling like I was abandoning my kids. And so all around there was pressure and stress, and all around I was feeling really ineffective. So I sat back and I thought, how do I actually change this? Because I'm making myself feel horrible. I'm making my kids feel horrible, and I feel like my work's not getting done. So I thought about how do I actually structure my life to set up some boundaries to help me operate effectively. And what I did was I agreed with my work that on 2 days a week, I would pick up my kids. Come hell or high water, I would take the meeting in the car if I had to, but I would be picking up my kids those 2 days. So those 2 days, I was in the car driving, doing the crazy mad rush to get to school to pick up the kids. I was conscious about the time I spent in the car from school to home, that I would engage with my kids. I wouldn't rush them because I was only doing it twice a week. I wasn't doing it every day of the week. And then I was very clear that what support I needed to make it a reality. So I had a discussion with my husband, I had a discussion with work. I put the structures in place to be able to support what I needed for myself and for my family. And what I found after all of that exercise is that actually I was happier with those 2 days that I was giving to my family and the 2 pickup slots. And I was also happy at work because I knew that I could spend the time at work and concentrate, and somebody else was taking care of the kids and they were where they were supposed to be. It was a responsible person. We had spoken about it as a family. So my family wasn't feeling disenfranchised. So I think setting those boundaries is so important to enable you to excel, because you're going to expect the even playing field, but we're not all going to have the even playing field overnight. So setting up those boundaries and making sure you're having the conversations is hugely valuable as well. And then I think that the last element I'd leave you guys with, sort of just the last point, is you're going to have days that are just really going to suck. Everyone does. Don't feel like you're alone. No matter where you are in your career, which echelon of which company you're in, you're always going to have a day where you're going to go, oh my goodness, have I made the right decision? And it's normal. And I think that if you embrace the fact that you can just put one foot in front of the other and carry on, and you do the best with what you have on that day, in that moment, make the right decisions for them, and carry on. And we all can only do the best that we can do. So yeah, that's my bit. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Carissa. That was amazing. A lot of things that you said, I really appreciate that you shared personal stories, because I think that's what makes it so relatable. Very often we view people in a C-suite position like they magically appeared there one day and everything is unicorns and glitter. And so it's really, it does push you out of your comfort zone. A couple of things just that you said made me really think, and the maternity, paternity leave, as you were saying that, it kind of made me aware that it's quite possible that, the maternity, paternity leave construct reinforces the issues that we're talking about, because if fathers only get 3 days family responsibility leave or 10 days, that's what they can give, and then they're back at work. So it would then naturally be left to the parent that's at home on maternity leave to become the caregiver and take up that role. And that's just continuously reinforced. So I think shifting that construct is important to change people's views around the social norms that we for years have carried us, but actually are not necessarily acceptable anymore. And whether it's the mum or the dad, or it's two dads or two mums, or one parent who's doing it, you know, they should receive the same treatment. And for all of us to kind of look at those things and go, well, what do we think is normal, you know? So I think that was really great. And the boundaries. I don't think there is anyone on this call that hasn't started or continues to work on personal growth, in particular, setting personal boundaries. We don't know how to do it because we've never seen it. You know, my mum didn't do it. And so it's a lesson. And how do we share that knowledge? You know, so my question to you on this would be, as a mentor, as a leader, how do you coach the young people in your team, the newly minted employees, first job, first working environment? How do you coach them on establishing personal boundaries from the beginning?
Yeah, I think it's such a good question. And I like what Phumzile said about I'm enough, because I think it starts there. I think we sometimes don't believe that we are a priority, that each of us individually, our own sanity, our own lives, our own happiness, our own ability to thrive is a priority. And I think it starts there. And so often when I have people that come to me that say, I'm stretched and I'm challenged, and I just can't. And I go, well, if you have to put, you have to see yourself as this cup, and you have to put into the cup. If you keep taking out of the cup, there's nothing left to give to anyone else. So you can't give someone else a drink of water if your cup is always empty. So look at yourself as a cup. What are you putting into your cup? What work are you putting into your cup to make sure that your cup is full? And once your cup is full, you can then help other people around you. Right now, I see a lot of us, and I'm not saying, guys, I have this solved, because I have this solved in pockets. I got to say, I'm still bad in a lot of areas. So there isn't a silver bullet. But what I consciously try to do is I try and say, so what am I doing to enable myself to do what I want to achieve? Am I setting up the right support structures? Am I agreeing the right, where do I start? Where do I end? And what I found is, people get frustrated when they have an expectation of you and it's not met. And we all have a fear of not meeting expectations. But the easy way out of this is actually if you set the expectation. So if you go up front, I'm taking a job, but actually on a Friday, I need to finish at 3 because I've got to take my kids somewhere. That's before you've signed on the dotted line for the job. Your employer knows what to expect from you. Whereas we go into this thinking, I'm not enough. So I can't say I need to leave at 3 p.m. because I'm not enough,
Yes.
So that it's all driven from that I'm not enough sense. So I often say to people when I'm mentoring and I'm coaching them, I say, if you were enough to prioritize yourself, what was the action that you would take?
That's a great way of framing that question, because I think it's something we can ask ourselves in all of our circumstances, not necessarily just a professional one or a personal one, but I think promotion discussions or change of career discussions or family discussions, and it's exactly that, like placing that value on yourself that you deserve this.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to negotiate once you've already broken someone's expectation.
Yeah.
But if you've got all the negotiation power, if you haven't broken any expectation yet, because you're setting the expectation.
Yes.
So I think being very thoughtful about what taking on something new means to you and how it's going to impact you, how it's going to impact the things around you, and then setting the boundaries up front. But starting with that place from I'm enough, I'm going to set these boundaries because it's going to make me more successful, and then go forward. But like I said, I haven't solved it everywhere. I've only solved it in pockets.
And I mean, that small improvement is more important, because in it you can be consistent. Last thing, Carissa, is just in terms of the story you spoke about with the guy and cultural behaviors and not even realizing, and I think we do that ourselves. We have preconceived ideas or judgments of people based on the way they look, the way they talk, etc. And in terms of your experience receiving that information from him and kind of creating a cultural awareness, how have you brought that into your teams?
Yeah, I think that's such a great question, because I think you have to be open to learn in both directions, right? So he was very open to learn from my experience, but I was also equally very open to learn from his experience.
Yes.
And I think if you're open to learn in both directions, it becomes hugely powerful. So what I've been very conscious about doing going forward is almost to understand the culture of the environment that I'm going into, so I can preempt some of that. And if you've got someone that you can sense check, and it's not just, I think we're also diverse. We all have such different backgrounds and philosophies and upbringings, and it's impossible for all of us to believe the same thing. We'd all be this homogenous society if we all believed the same thing, which is impractical. But what we need to be able to do is respect each other's beliefs. And I think if we can respect each other's beliefs, no matter how diverse they are, and and sort of get to a place where we truly care, irrespective of difference of belief, I think that's the solid place that we need to get to. So what I tend to do before I go into a new space, and it's actually not just cultural. I mean, it's everything. It's whether it's an area that I don't understand very well. I'll go and sense check it with someone that does or has more experience or exposure. I mean, another good example is until very recently, I had never had a gender neutral person reporting into me. And so that was a learning curve for me. And so I went to the person when I started the role and I said, I'm going to fail because I actually don't know how to do this, but I'm really willing to learn. Like, if you can teach me, like, we may not believe the same things. We can never believe the same things. Everyone believing the same thing is completely impossible. But I can respect you, and I can make sure I see you, and I can make sure I value you. But it's going to be something I'm going to need to learn, because I have never had that exposure before. So I think being open to learn in both directions is just really important.
Yes. And I really, really love what you've just said, that honesty of, I don't know, but I'm willing to learn. And I think that opens up so many doors with allyship, because the boundaries come down, the walls come down, the fear diminishes when, I don't know how what it means to be gender neutral, and I don't understand all the terms, but I want to learn, and I respect you where you are. And I think that's beautiful. Thank you so much, Carissa. Really appreciate your honesty, and I love your, as Michelle introduced you and said, you tell such beautiful stories about your journey. So thank you very much.
You're most welcome.
Awesome. Thank you. Next up, we have Callan. Hi, Callan.
Hi.
How are you?
Dimi.
Winning there.
I'm great, thanks.
Good. So firstly, Callan deserves a huge round of applause because she stepped in to speak at 25 to 3. So well done, Callan. Thank you. And thank you for stepping in for Charlene. I know she's not well, but really appreciate you being here today. I'm very interested to hear a little bit about your company, seeing as this is a women in technology group. So it's great to have you here today.
It's such a pleasure to be here. And I've been in person in some of these events, the Women in Tech events, and still the most fun events we've been through. I can't wait until we start having them in person again.
Hopefully in a month or two.
I'm going to share something. I'm going to share just a little something that I kind of worked through. I made this on Monday. And I'm going to give you some context. So, can everyone hear me? Let me just switch up.
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me? Let's just throw away the
Yes.
music quickly. And try again. So my company is called Data-Led Insights. And I wish I could tell you that I started it, out of pure passion. Yes, I'm incredibly passionate about data science and technology, but I just found that there was no voice or real space for women in technology to do data science the way we would like to do it. And it comes with a very different culture, a different space. And so I wanted to create a safe space for women in tech, women in data. Some of the challenges that personally I faced is being sexually harassed by different people in different positions, being thought of as a junior person because of the squeaky voice. Can't get rid of the squeaky voice, but what am I gonna do? And just generally being undermined, a lot of just very, I'll say, annoying behavior. But the most important thing for me is that it didn't let me buckle. So every time I felt like I couldn't do this anymore, I looked left and I looked to see who was there for me and who I could lean on in these moments. And I've had some incredible, incredible mentors. Charlene being one of them, recent one of them. But these mentors all have years and years of experiences with their problems, with situations that they've encountered. And so when you go into those relationships, it's important to understand that person's perspective about why they're saying you should do X, Y, and Z, but also never lose track of what you feel is good for you. And there's a lot of inner work you need to do and build that relationship with yourself so that you know who you are. So that when you have conversations with allies and mentors, partners, you make sure that what you are defining for your life, what you are creating for your life and your career is something that's going to grow you, number one, bring joy into your life, and thirdly, leave you extremely content with where you are. Then there've been instances where, just speaking to everyone and you're just not getting the kind of direction or, you know, intuitive conversation that you potentially need in that moment for your journey. And so I want to give you 3 examples of some books I picked up during 3 extremely different times in my life. So this one is called It's Not How Good You Are, It's How Good You Want to Be. This book I first picked up just after my final year at varsity. And during that year, I started an NGO. So instead of going to the graduate programs and working as a grad, I went straight into starting, founding, and leading an NGO. And this book talks about risk. It talks about making good decisions based on what you know. It's basically saying, how do you trust yourself? I love one of these lines that says, for the talented and timid to make the unthinkable thinkable and the impossible possible. This book was incredible for that specific moment because I don't think anyone in my family would have, in my family, friends, or around me, would have approved the decision I made. It worked out well, but I definitely think my parents were, and everyone around me were very worried about me. Then this one, I love this book. It's called Excellence Wins. A no-nonsense guide to becoming the best in the world of compromise. Now, this is a German man, very different perspective of life, very different perspective in life because of how he grew up. And his biography obviously gives you a sense of how other people think, some people who are completely different from you. And I think that's always so helpful to understand how different people think, what their perspective on things are. In our space, specifically in data and technology, is if we get to a point where we know that we belong in the room, and there's no question that we belong in the room because we feel comfortable in that room, right? We feel comfortable that we are senior developers, really highly talented workers. There's no need for us to be in any anxious mode. Although the environment puts us in places, puts us in positions where we feel that we need to prove ourselves, that we need to do more than a man would have to do in order to be respected, in order to show that you're capable. And after a few years, that becomes extremely, extremely tiring, extremely tiring. And so one has to think about how many other women in similar industries have dealt with those long journeys, and how do those long journeys play out. So recently I picked up this book, Women and Leadership. It is a really good one. It was a really good one. It talks about the long journey of a career and the ebbs and flows. And we can go from the most exciting things happening in the world to also very dark consequences because of the decisions we've made. Obviously, so this is a political book. So the consequences for some of these women leaders were extreme, where family members were, killed, and, it was really intense. And so you realize that in our space, yes, when we stand up, when we say things, there is going to be a knock-on effect. But we need to be very strategic about how we go about it. I recognize now that there's no use in creating some kind of fear around for men, right? That the technology space won't be for men anymore, or won't be a safe space for men. In fact, it's about creating a space for women, right? So as my next slide will show you, that women only hold 19% of tech-related jobs at the top 10 global companies relative to men who hold 81%. That is ridiculous. And it's just ridiculous. And so at what point do we have a look at this and say, why and how do we fix it? Some of the challenge that we experience in South Africa is obviously that there is a lack of exposure, a lack of representation, and a lack of mentorship in the industry, which is very valid because, you know, being able to see other women in the space, you know, needing to pick up their kids, you know, doing what they need to do is incredibly important and very helpful. We know that for many families in South Africa, tertiary institutions are left for the boy child. You know, they send the oldest boy to school, and specifically when it comes to extra maths, extra science, the boys tend to get that luxury before the girls. It's obviously not so much of the case in urban areas, but definitely within the rural spaces of South Africa, these things are still happening. We have a low exposure, skill, and expertise, and this is just in the general space. We also have a new problem where millennials and Gen Z have very different working and learning styles. And as a leader, I've noticed that very quickly that, you know, Gen Z and millennials work incredibly different. And the way that they work might actually help improve the dynamics of this gender gap. So what can we do to change this narrative? From DLI's perspective, we are running an experiment. We are partnering with various stakeholders to build an all-female data science and artificial intelligence product development teams. Why do we do such a thing? Because we can, because I can. I own the company, so I can do that. How fun. So we are going to see with this team what kind of projects, number one, what the kinds of projects that they do. Number two, we're going to also look at the ways and the ways that these ladies would actually prefer. We would like to also take record of how they support each other, how they form alliances. So essentially do a lot of people watching during this time to hopefully from this experience saying, okay, why did this team of ladies feel comfortable in this team? Number one, did they feel comfortable? Number two, why did they feel comfortable? Number three, what were the actions in the team that actually made them feel comfortable? Another idea is that when we focus the directions of certain people into certain types of thinking, does that help them solve problems a little bit faster? But that's just an experiment. So you guys know how. I'm going to call them the beyond. The next generation of women in tech, we see it as a threefold idea. It's about exposure and mentorship, knowledge and skills, experience and expertise. There's three ways or three modalities for this. We can go through corporate social investment, skills development within the corporate space, as well as SMME development from supply chain. So this is our training and development model, looking at specifically what we can do from schools level, what we can do from a technical universities level, and then also very interesting, what we can do from a corporate SA level, because there's a lot of skills that young people or people in general in corporate SA have that could be very business skills that could be very transferable to these data science, business studies, marketing careers with the right data and technology training. In all of this training and development, we are hoping to create more data auditors, data engineers, data analysts, data scientists, and data architects. What we've seen is that with the development of the space, what a data scientist used to do or was used to be responsible for within the last 3 years, he should probably have a team of people. And so you're getting a team, bigger and bigger and bigger teams of people who would need this kind of knowledge. And so it's very interesting to see how we're going to do that and how we are going to place women in those spaces specifically. Now, these spaces can be incredibly difficult, incredibly difficult. There is a general assumption that, women don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot of passionizing behavior going on here, and it can be difficult. It can definitely be difficult, but when you fill yourself up with knowledge and passion about what it is that you do, you genuinely can't go wrong. I'm going to skip some of these, but essentially, at the end of the day, if we focus on some of these: fraud detection and risk, intelligent cross-selling and upselling, price optimization and inventory management, some of these items that we're working on specifically definitely benefit from having a diverse team working on it. So these projects actually benefit when the teams are incredibly diverse. We get much better results and much better ideas. Okay, so very interestingly here, I want to say that in terms of allyship, it's so important that we are kind to ourselves first and to fill ourselves up so that when you have the energy, so that you actually have the energy to be an ally to someone else. It is incredibly difficult to be an ally to anyone or even to be a nice person when you are not taking care of your own needs. So in terms of building these spaces for women and young women, it starts with you, that you actually have that energy and you make that energy and you make it a priority. So one of my favorite sayings says, you know, a better world without first improving the individuals. And so for us, that means, okay, cool. In my space, what can I do? Who can I pull in with, to support and to manage and to inspire my teams? You know, what kind of leaders and influencers am I exposing my team to? And not just talking about it, but also waking up and deciding that every day I am going to be that good leader. I am going to make decisions that might be a little bit against the grain, but make sense for my company and make sense according to the mentorship and the ideas that I've gained from so many years and from so many beautiful minds. Everything else, but I know that before we go anywhere in life, we always need to crawl before we walk. So baby steps, baby steps, baby steps, you build the momentum, and the next thing you know, you are running. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Kellen. That was amazing. I have so many notes. Excuse me. So many things stood out for me. I'm sure for a lot of people, but I think one of the things that you just spoke about was representation matters. And I think we underestimate the power of your own presence and authenticity and the impact that you are having around you. I think we all are waiting for somebody more important, more senior to come along. And you are that. We are that. Each of the people on the call is that to somebody else. So representation is so significant. Another comment that you made was talking about the consequences of the decisions that you make. You were referring in particular to the Women in Leadership book, and just talking about like sometimes the sacrifices that we make because of the decisions have that impact. Just from your experience and running your own business, how have you, who's your support and how have you leveraged support to get to where you are?
Oh, wow. I have the best aunties, aunties by my side. Ladies that absolutely love me. I've said to them, listen, I absolutely love cooking, first of all, but I just don't have the time. I've made it a priority to say, this is what I want to get done. And so I've made sure that there's someone to do the housework and do the cooking and do all of those things. And even now with, just organizing different things, I've got a personal assistant who is actually should get paid more than I do, because wow, she is amazing. And just also realizing that I don't need to do it all. I just need to be Kellen. I need to do what I am really great at. And as a leader, the most important thing is that I need to look at my team and look at what are they incredibly talented at and let them do so much more of that. And if there's gaps, we need to bring more people. We need to bring people who fill those gaps. And so that everybody is just literally so excited to come to work and do the thing that they are really talented at.
Fantastic. Kellen, thank you. That was, very insightful. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you stepping in today and sharing your story.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
So ladies, thank you very much. We've got our last speaker of the evening. Excuse me. Yvonne, who is Mint Group's CFO. And she's going to take over, and she's also going to mute me because we're sharing an office at the moment. So I'm going completely off sound, and I'm going to hand over to Yvonne.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all well. I have a massive privilege today to sit here and talk about my career and speak about the most amazing allyships that I have. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon so they can hear my story, and I'm hoping my learnings can have a positive impact in your life. T's and C's, I've just got in braces, so I'm still swallowing my words a little bit, so I do apologize. But welcome, and I really hope that you have a glass of wine and you're ready for my presentation. So I want to kick off, and I just want to start a bit about myself. So my name's Yvonne Dias. I'm the Group CFO at Mint Group. Now, people generally say I'm not your typical CFO. Now, obviously, I take that as a compliment. They use the word weird, and I like to say unique. As you can see from my grade 1 photo, I've been a nerd my whole entire life. I'm Portuguese. I've been married for 17 years. And at the core of it, I love reading, traveling, and having new experiences. Now, for today's session, I'm going to kick off. I've got a video. It was the intro video into the book Lean In. But listen to the word she uses, because it speaks to fundamental topic of today. Yeah, I did. I did share with sound. If there is issues, please just put your hands up.
I entered the workforce believing that my generation was going to have equal responsibility and equal opportunity. And it didn't work out that way. Women are getting more college degrees, more graduate degrees, entering the workforce at every level. But in industry after industry, women are at 18, 15, 20% of the top jobs. Women are held back by many things. We're held back by bias, by lack of flexibility, by lack of opportunity. We also hold ourselves back. We don't sit at the table. We don't raise our hands. We don't let our voices be loud enough. I remember my first day at Facebook, driving to this new job and this hard job and not being sure I could do it. I think about all the moments when I just didn't believe in myself. Every test I was sure I was about to fail. Every job I wasn't sure I could do. It was after watching so many women quietly lean back, after watching myself quietly lean back and miss opportunities, that I started to see the pattern and started to talk about it. Why does this matter? Boy, it matters a lot. Because no one gets to the corner office by sitting on the side, not at the table. This book's for women of all ages. Young girls who are thinking about what their futures might be, people who might be out of the workforce thinking about coming back, or even someone who's a volunteer and wants to lean in and take on more leadership. To encourage women to really believe in themselves and believe in their dreams, and to help men do their part to form a more equal world by making sure that all of us have opportunities based on our passions and interests, not just based on our gender. Part of what I'm hoping Lean In will do is really start a conversation in every workplace, in every company, in every school, to start thinking about gender differently. I believe the world would be a better place if half our companies and half our countries were run by women and half our homes are run by men. This is about believing in yourself.
Now, I absolutely love this video because it touches on some fundamental points. Yes, we need allyship. Yes, we need some people supporting us. But we can't sit back and wait for somebody to create something for you. You can't sit back and wait for somebody to create the path for you. And we need to look at our own mindset and start with our mindset. You need to believe that not only are you enough, but you're going to rock it. And whatever you put your mind to, you're going to achieve. And maybe you take a different journey and maybe it doesn't quite work out the way you expected. But you need to step up. You need to own up your space. You need to be daring and really be the owner of your own destiny. And the starting point is your mindset. So how did my, let me go there. So how did my mindset start? I want to share a little bit of experience on it and a little bit of background on it. So if anyone knows our group MD, one of his absolute favorite stories is the day he became MD, I resigned. I know, shock and horror, like why? Honestly, I was tired of the boys club. I was tired of working hard. I was tired of not being recognized, of my ideas not really going where I wanted them to go. And I thought if he became MD, it was actually going to get worse. I was frustrated, I was angry, I was annoyed, and I didn't feel appreciated. And I'll never forget the day I had my resignation letter in my hand, and now I'm giving away my age because it was on Skype for Business. I sent him a message. I'm like, listen here, please can we have a meeting? And I could see he had read it. And 1 hour went past, and 2 hours went past, and 3 hours went past. I saw red. And I did something I wouldn't normally do. I closed my laptop and I'm like, I'm going home and I'm going to sit on my couch and I'm going to go read my book. And I didn't care what responsibilities there was for the day. I had had enough. So I went to his office. I left my resignation letter on his desk. And lo and behold, when I got to the door, he was standing there. And he was like, come, we need to talk. Let's go for brunch. So we went to a restaurant and his first words were, we have a problem. It's not working and we need to resolve how we work together. Obviously, 3 hours of waiting and being very irritated. I'm like, problem solved. I've resigned. I've left my resignation letter on your desk. So nothing to discuss. Tilted his head and he picked up the phone and he phoned somebody at the office. He got them to tear up the letter. And he's like, well, that's resolved. Are you going to talk to me now? Now, I'm going to be like Sophia from the Golden Girls. I'm going to pause there for 2 seconds and go picture it, Mint, 3 years earlier. We were 5 directors, of which it was 4 males and 1 female, and we were running an annuity business. And we had an ex-banker as our MD. So you must know how structured we were. Like everything had its flow. and we merged with a services business that couldn't spell structure. We suddenly had 10 directors, 9 males, and I was the only female on the board. Firstly, you couldn't have taken two fundamentally different businesses, cultures, and put them together. There was so much on the go. There was so much ego. There's so much clashes of personality. I cannot tell you how crazy it was. I mean, looking back, it was easy to see that there wasn't great communication. We didn't understand each other, and the culture shock was too big. But the boys' club was intense. So fast forward back to my meeting. It was actually the most amazing meeting of my life. Because why? For the first time, both of us was really honest about what was happening in the business, our frustrations, how things were working, what wasn't handled correctly, what were the risks. As we were going through this meeting, I had a crossroad. Do I tell him about my items? Do I mention it? Now, earlier on, I said I was Portuguese, and that also stands for feisty. So for the first time in my life, I had an honest conversation about the boys' club. The lack of recognition, I laid it out all on the table. The reaction? Well, I've been here 10 years since. It was great because you know why? I was also called on my items. Looking back, I realized I hadn't helped myself. I hadn't taken people on the journey with me. I haven't explained what I was trying to create, and I didn't trust people. And it was such a fundamental mind shift for me that day. So taking into account what I learned that day and my experiences around allyships, this is my lessons that I've learned. So firstly, it's about communication. And it's not about just any communication. It's about honest communication. People aren't mind readers. You can't just sit back and assume they know what you're trying to achieve, where you're going, how you're doing it. It's really important that you explain it, that you understand where you're going, and they're on the journey with you. But most importantly, where you need to raise something, raise it, but in a constructive manner. You know, we all have our different experiences and background, and something that's obvious to you might not be obvious to somebody else because they haven't experienced it. If you feel there's a boys' club, raise it, but don't play the victim, own your own part, and do it in a constructive manner. Second is listening. Listening skills is so critical in any relationship. And it's listening to the questions people ask you. It's listening to the questions that they don't ask you, because that gives you a huge indication if they're on the same page with you or not. It's about being present in the moment. It's not judging people. It's just ensuring you provide clarity and you summarize. Great listening is about taking unclarity out of the system and creating an alignment. But it's also an opportunity for you to listen to feedback on how you can improve and how you can work in this allyship. The most critical one for me in my relationships has been education. Now, in our organization, there's not a lot of us with a finance background. So when I say the console's done, everyone just blinks. No one actually knows what it means and the complexity it takes. And a couple of years ago, I used to be upset. I'm like, but it balances first time, and there's no reaction. I realized no one understood what that meant in my world. Since then, I've run finance workshops. I make sure I explain. We have terminologies, and I've made it a mission for everyone to love numbers. Now, not everyone will understand today when I say the console balances, but they have an appreciation for what I actually mean. What really makes education so critical is you learn the other person's world. And that was one of the big things I did with our MD. I taught him my world, he taught me his world. That education process created an appreciation for each other, what we bring, and our contribution to the business. And it's really been the cornerstone of all the allyships that I've created. Trust. And I mean, trust is a given, but it takes time. And you've got to know that that person's got your back and you've got theirs. You have to appreciate them. You have to share their vision. You have to support each other. And it's about creating clarity and discipline that grows trust. The other critical item is that you need to understand the game. You need to understand what's been trying to achieve, who the players are, where the players are on the board. And being the nerd, life is like a chessboard. You need to be planning your moves and you need to know where you want to go and who's going to get you there and who's in the way. And it's not being manipulative or anything like that. It's just life's complicated. There's a lot of pieces and you need to be planning what you want to achieve and how you're going to get there. The other thing is self-awareness. And I think this is a big one. You have to learn, you have to grow, you have to be open to development. And it's not always easy because you do get things wrong and life doesn't always happen the way you want to it. But when you're passionate and you're driven and you're engaged, the results do come through. You've got to be secure in who you are and who you want to achieve, because that creates a wisdom around your leadership, who you stand for, and it becomes easier to create allyships. The other thing with allyships is it works in both ways. So as much as you want to climb up and the people help you, you've also got to support them, but you've also got to create an ecosystem. So look at other people that you could be helping up the ladder. You've got to create pathways for people. And remember, positive actions replicate positive reactions. The last one, and I think it's the most fundamental one, is about being a sound leader. You've got to be curious. You've got to be asking questions. You've got to be supporting others and show compassion. You've really got to lean into your passions and be positive thinking. And it's not about rainbow sunshines and puppies. It's going, that's our goal. It's going to be tough to get there. There's going to be many roads, but I know we can get there. This attribute creates confidence and it opens you up to opportunities, forming allyships and building those trusts. So going back to the video, we all need to understand that we could potentially be stopping ourselves from growing, achieving, starting allyships and taking up opportunities that's available in our space. And I think that that video is so fundamental. Your mindset is critical. And allyship is just one of the many tool sets you should have in your leadership kit. So when we're looking at allyship, you know, it's about that self-awareness, like what are you doing or what are you stopping? What other allies could you be creating? Be a critical thinker, be strategic, understand the board, like where do you want to go? How do you get there? Who can help you be there? It's about great listening skills. Listen to what opportunities there are. Listen to where you're stopping yourself. Take feedback in. Be an advocate for other groups. Be inclusive. Seek information, and then always look at your own biases. And I know that seems like a lot. So where do you start in all of this? And it's very simple. You've just got to remember, get to my slide, is best. And it's about believing. And it's believing in yourself, believing in others, and believing that you can do it. It's about encouraging yourself, encouraging others. It's creating a support system, and then teaching. And I think that's really a critical aspect. And that's me. Any questions?
So thank you so much, Yvonne. I've got questions. Can you stop me, please, so that I can just go and mute? Bit of a coordination this side. Are you on mute? Mute, sorry. Okay, so quite a few topics and items. I've made more notes. My book from today, from the 4 speakers, I've taken up 4 pages. So thank you to the 4 of you. I want to go back to the start of your story. Our role in creating an environment. So if we accept behavior, if we tolerate behavior, or we unintentionally contribute to that behavior, we are part of the problem. And I think if we can go back to that initial story that you told about the boys club, and the boys club has got that negative thing, but what is our role in that?
I think the item that in our role in it is we don't necessarily, when we start seeing little items or things starting to happen, we don't raise it. So by not raising it and going, actually, the fact that you guys all went to a golf day and I wasn't there, it's not right. We're a directorship group. By keeping quiet and not raising it in a constructive manner, you're almost accepting it. So it's okay for them to do it. And they get excited and they're like, oh, but it was just a golf day. They don't fundamentally recognize why it was an issue. I never raised my voice to say, actually, it wasn't okay. And because I didn't raise it, it was okay. It was a boys' day. And I think that's the problem is, and in hindsight, they never did it sometimes intentionally. It was in the excitement of the moment. I don't play golf, they do, it's okay. But not realizing that they were alienating, by not being there, they were actually alienating me. I was irritated because I wasn't included, but I didn't raise that I wasn't included, and it just fostered little small triggers.
And it almost becomes like a stone in your shoe, and eventually. Callan, you've got a question?
What do you use as coping mechanisms for those small triggers? Because I think, you know, the reality of our industry is that those small triggers are everyday, non-stop. What I've been trying to do is kind of build up a collection of coping mechanisms for women in the space that can actually help them, you know, get through it sometimes and just deal with it, and not let it get inside of you, you know, just let it be work part and part of dealing with work, but never let it sink into you. So what are your favorite coping mechanisms?
It's coping mechanisms. I think it's acceptance that everyone's different. I've actually, thanks to Lauren, I do go play golf. I'm not very good at it. I wouldn't say what I do is playing golf. But I also realized there's nothing wrong with me going, playing, I bought a club of a set of clubs, and I go with, and I play every now and then. But instead of going, I'm not included, how do I cope? I think what we've done differently is go, maybe I'm not a golfer, so we have once a month lunch club. We do a quarterly event where we go to a show. We used pre-COVID, obviously. And I think we created mechanisms to go, not everyone is a golfer, not everyone's this, and create our own set of cultures and nuances that includes other people with different interests, and have a varied combination of people attending different things. And I think what you've got to accept is not everyone's a golfer, not everyone's a cyclist, not everyone's a chess player. I don't know why. But you know, you're going to have a combination of items to reach out and create a culture of inclusivity. That I love chess and I love reading. We have a book club. We have a WhatsApp book club, and you're more than welcome on it. You just got to recommend books. And I think it's almost going, you've got to create almost little varied options that creates that inclusivity.
And I think that speaks to your comment earlier about being an advocate, because that awareness that we've spoken about is what am I doing in my role that creates awareness around allyship as well for other groups of people.
And then the other thing of coping is, if I feel something's fundamentally wrong, like I said, I will raise it. I will do it in a constructive manner and going, we have this situation, this is it. And I won't just go, it's wrong. I'll go, I don't think it's right because of X, Y, Z. And generally it's really well received. And people go, okay, what can we do differently? How do we structure things differently? So I think it's a combination of going, it's okay if I'm not included in certain regards, but then creating your own mechanisms to create that inclusiveness.
Fantastic. Ladies, I hope you found today insightful. I certainly have. I think just, yeah, listening to the different kind of experiences of each of our speakers and how they have risen above what could become a very negative and kind of character breaking experience. I think, you know, just listening to this experience and knowing that it sits with you, you can do this, you can be an ally, and you can create a culture of allyship in your organizations, beyond your organizations, of course. But if we just go to these images here that we spoke about, and I think all four of our speakers touched on, this is a journey. That you don't wake up on Tuesday and go, okay, today I'm an ally, great, now we move forward. This is a journey, and it's a mosaic of your experience and the people that you work with and how you're viewing these partnerships. So that lifelong process. And I think where I would like to really reach out to each of you in your organizations, in your roles, in the express individuality that you have, is how can I raise allyship around me? And what do I need for allyship? What is it that I need? And that is those interpersonal relations. And all four of the ladies have mentioned about speaking up. It's not going to change if you say nothing about it. It's not going to change if you go home and bitch and moan over your glass of wine and your Netflix binge series. It's not going to change from your couch. So those interpersonal relations are so important. And then what can we do structurally in our organizations to really embrace allyship? So thank you to our four ladies. Callan, is your hand still up from the previous question, or do you have another question?
It was still up from the previous question.
Still waving. Okay. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us. Those of you that's your first time to WIT, please join our LinkedIn group. We also have a Facebook group. The recording from today will go up on our YouTube channel, and I will share it with you all. And really look forward to seeing you in 3D at our next WIT event. Looking very forward to having our first in-person event again soon. Thank you to the four ladies who spoke today, most appreciated. And to the rest of you, have a great evening and dig deep in your allyship journey. Have a great evening, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye.